Good evening, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, Silverwolf, Ron, and we're here to stream some eveonline. So today's Monday, and we have usually a mining op on Mondays. So we're gonna try and get that set up. So let me actually get transferred over here. This is Falstaff. I am in Mattins. I just jumped there. I've got Kragan in the background, my mining partner. So we're good there too. Actually, which one do I got going here? There, that's it. All right, so this is Falstaff. So yeah, we focus on him. So we've got 2 more jumps in Slowpoke Freighter. So, all right. So yeah, so we're going to do the mining events. Anybody watching that wants to be included, you guys are all welcome. Jerry Can, if you want to join us, you're welcome. Haven't heard from you yet, but I see you're in the chat, so maybe you're just lurking. Anyone who wants to join, we're in a Matin. So, excellent. So Dobbs will be there, so we'll have the buffs. So I'm going to actually go find us a belt. Go find us a belt. Because this one's got a ton of belts. So, actually, I think I'm going to check out the lower ones. So I'm checking out 9-2. We'll see what it looks like. Sometimes those end belts end up getting picked over pretty quick. Coherent. What does the coherent do? Oh, that's not what I want. No, coherent's not what I want. I want simple. I knew there was something. Alright, got a couple rats here. Clear these guys out. See what kind of roids we got in here. This actually looks like it's got a bunch of stuff in here. Rich Plague. I actually need pyrite. Oh, that rat's actually shooting at me. How dare he? Yeah, so the Scordite actually has pyrite. But the rats are dead. So yeah, so I think I'm going to work here. Let's do, so let's go to, I'm at 9. 9-2. So whenever you guys get here, I'll send some invites. So let me form a fleet with Kragan. Yes. And then let me send to the rest of you guys. I'll send one to Blossom. And one to Marverick. And one to Dobbs. Alright, so invites have been sent. So let's look here. That's the 5%. So concentrated is the 10%. All right. I'm actually going to make Dobbs the boss, since they're going to be doing the boosts. And so Craig and I are out there. We'll get her going. Yeah, it's only an afterburner. I don't know why that one's... Why I don't have enough CPU to cover this. Not that I ever need this field hardener, but kind of always a good idea. There's Kragan. Switch over to him. We're going to have him focus on Feldspar. Actually, he's probably going to have to get closer, because he doesn't have the range. Which is going to be a problem. So yeah, so we're going to have to figure that out. There we go. Turn you off. Nope, don't want that. Let's do this. Alright. So then what we'll do... Ah! How'd I get it far away? What a Nimrod. So I drifted too far. What's up, Blossom? I already invited you to the fleet, so you can just warp to us when you get here. Yeah, I drifted outside the range, which was not smart. And that's Feldspar. I don't want that one. Alright. Condensed. Massive scordite. That's the one. Yeah, it's all good. Nope, take your time. I'm here. I'm keeping the belt warm. If I finish this whole belt off before you get here, we'll just go to a different one. This system has so many belts, well, you got nothing to worry about. Highly unlikely, though, I'll finish the belt off. I'm kind of about to leave my corp. Really? Really? Goon Swarm? Really? That's alright. Whatever makes you happy. We'll love you no matter who you're with. I actually need to leave my corp too, but I hate looking for a new corp. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Rather have my teeth pulled. Rather have my teeth pulled. So I was looking at my thing. So I built the Megatron. Megatron. Yeah. I bought the Mega. And I built the Mega, correction. And I have the guns on it. I put rail guns, large rail guns on it. Found that I had a ton of ammo. At least for the ammos that I use, antimatter and the other, so I don't know. It recently feels like I don't get to do anything I really want to do in the corp, and I don't have the materials I need. I understand. You got to find where you feel comfortable, where you can still be you. So, but yeah, so I've got the Megathorn all set up. So then I'm looking at the next one. I want to build the Raven, because I actually want to build the T2 Raven, which I can't remember what the name of it is at the moment, but. And I need a Raven to build it, so. But I'm short Pyrite and Nox. So I'm going to try and focus on Pyrite tonight, so. And of course, battleships use a massive amount of trit, so focusing on that too. And then I throw some Plague in there because I always could use Plague. Mechs is always one that you can always use, right? And then tomorrow night, we'll try and look for some Empire sites. Jackson will be back tomorrow. So he wants to run Empire sites. He really likes running around. It's kind of a run-arounder. So we'll see if we can accommodate him with that. I didn't actually look tonight to see what was out here. I'm anxious to try out the Megathorn with oh, there's an Empire site that's only 2 jumps away. Well, we might have to go for that. We'll see once you guys get here if it's still there.
The asteroid is depleted.
The asteroid is depleted. Man, that was going pretty quick. But yeah, Blossom, you got to find some place that you're comfortable that you can do what you want to do. So that was one of the reasons I really liked my old corp with nobody in it, because there was no corp tax. There was no crap like that. I noticed today that every mission I do, everything I do, including the air stuff, the corporation takes a tax. I'm like, that's ridiculous. They didn't do crap. But they get a tax on everything. When I look out here, they're getting a tax for everything. Reprocessing tax, that's not that. Agent mission, time bonus, reward, corporation tax. Agent mission, reward, corporation tax. Daily reward tax. Daily goal reward tax. So the corporation gets a tax on my air daily rewards. That's ridiculous. They're actually taking taxes on my bounty prizes. Corporation tax on my bounty prizes. Like, that's ridiculous. So yeah, I was like, you know what? You know what? Alright, let's jettison this stuff. The way they give constructive criticism, and not just by trying to show me a better fit, but it's a lot of, your fit is terrible, oh my god, my eyes burn type bullshit. Yeah, see, that's not good. I don't like that. Set the name. FF. Today's the first day of the month. My goodness gracious. Eve time, first day of the month. Good golly. What am I going to do? Can't believe it's October already. Ugh. What's up, Rovendoug? Hey, we're mining in the mountains if you want to join us. I know you probably got kid duties, but you are welcome to join us. We would love to have you.
The asteroid is depleted.
And then it's not very active. And how many times do I have to correct them on the pronouns? Yeah, yeah. I think they assume everyone's he. So I've been known to do that myself. So all right, let's get these lined up. I have SQL always encrypt tasks with the system architect this evening. I hear that. Sounds like we have the same job. Well, very similar jobs. Yeah. Most of my after-hour stuff is on the weekends, so that's when our change windows are. So we do stuff on the weekends. They try not to let us do stuff during the week. Speaking of that, I'm actually off tomorrow, so I need to make sure my out-of-office is set so somebody doesn't think they can get a hold of me. Of course, they'll probably get a hold of me anyway, but such is the nature of the business. Such is the nature. Oh, this is all new development tasks, so we get to do it during the work week. There you go. Yeah, so what we call that pre-prod, you know? So we can say it's not going to affect anything because it's pre-prod.
The asteroid is depleted.
Let's get out of here. Sorry, I forgot to sign out of stuff. I want to make sure I sign out of everything before I set them out of office. So. Way too many messages. File. Automatic replies. Luckily, I take off every Tuesday, so I just changed the date. I gotta change the month too. Ooh, that's not what I wanted. So sorry about that. Want to get that set so that I don't forget. Otherwise, somebody will send me an email and think, oh, he's still working. Oh, here comes Grandma. Grandma. Here comes Dobbs. Why called him or her Grandma? Now we got some boost. Actually, I probably can compress this stuff now, huh? There we go. Now we're cooking. All right. I guess I should get some more. Condensed. I'm going to say no. I've corrected. If you're not having fun, it's not worth it. Find a place corp that you enjoy playing with, and you find it and get with it. Yep, I agree. I got a shower right before joining you all, then go to bed. Yep, you're good. Take your time. But promise me, no skin. Give me a complex showing me your skin all the time. I'm sorry, that's an old joke now. Dobbs, thanks for the boosts. Awesome boosts. And the compression is just fantastic. We know Arsenic can't help that promise. Yeah, exactly. She loves to show off her skins. She's very proud of them. I'm gonna murder you. That I believe. That I believe. Given my awesome PvP skills, I think you probably could pull it off. Whoa, I got a whole whopping 22,000 for those rats. My goodness. I got no more money problems. Problem solved. What was I thinking? Actually, I bought a bunch of supplies today to build a Pro Raider. I'll sell the Pro Raider for 140 million, but I think I spent like 80 million on the supplies, so still a huge profit ratio, but I hated spending the money. So take your time, Blossom. We'll keep it safe and warm and cozy and yeah, I figured. I think the Pro Raider will be done tomorrow, so I'll fly it to Jita and sell it and collect my money. Probably buy more parts for the next one. That's a good idea. That's what I do. I have one right here in the mountains. I leave my miner here. I even have a miasmos here now, so I think I'm going to figure out where the halfway point is and haul the ore there and then jump back and pick it up from the other side.
The asteroid is depleted.
The asteroid is gone. So luckily I just sent my out of office because somebody just sent me a message. Hate when that happens. Alright, Veldspar, Veldspar, Veldspar. Check condensed score die. Why did I not grab that one? Huh. Yeah, I definitely recommend the jump clones. I just wish there was a way to get it below 19 hours. I think that's what mine's at now, is 19 hours. Yeah, 19 hours. Actually, it should be below 19. Let me check. I bet you I'm at 5. Infomorph psychology. Where's that? That's going to be in clone stuff, right? Neural enhancement, I bet you. Yep. So yes, I have 4. I have 5 queued. There it is. 11 days. So I think once I get it to 5, then it goes to 19 days right now, or 19 hours. Now it's at 20 hours, which is kind of crappy. Wish there was a way to get it below that. That's the only thing. So we're going to need you to come in on Saturday as well as tomorrow. Can't be helped. Got to pump up those quarterly numbers. Yup. That's one of my favorites is Office Space. And that was a big one on that. Yeah, I'm going to need you to work tomorrow. Looks like you've been missing a lot of work. Can't say I'm missing it, Bob. Can't say I'm missing it. I think I'm going to start working on creating... I'm glad my humor wasn't missed there. Nope. I think I'm going to work on creating... I want to say database, but database is not the correct one. A group. I'm going to create a library of movie clips. And I'm going to use it for my trivia the way a Narcos uses his. And I'm going to spread it across. I'm going to make it a whole big generational thing. So from like the 60s to the 2000s. So yeah. I've been thinking about looking for one, but I'm sure that's probably one of those they probably don't have. Narcos has a huge one. He talked about making his public, but I'd hate for him to do that. He's really done a good job of putting that together. So, and I have a lot of them that I'd like to do anyway. So some of my favorites, like I think Happy Gilmore is kind of my favorite movie of all time. I think you've had enough, Bob. I'll tell you what I've had enough. Bob Barker. Who is that guy that got his rear end beat on public television by Bob Barker? Was that you? I love Adam Sandler. But yeah, Happy Gilmore's one of my favorites because I was a hockey player and I was not a very good hockey player, so I can relate to that one. I wasn't a good golf player either, but he was a crappy hockey player that became a golfer. So, and Shooter McGavin. I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast. You eat pieces of shit for breakfast? No.
The asteroid is depleted.
Asteroid is depleted. All right, next. Next. Keep lining them up. I'll keep knocking them down. Man, that was really worth it, huh? 429. Asteroid is depleted. Ooh, almost got this one out. What we got here? Feldspar. Probably should have gone for those bigger ones first, but oh well. Really enjoyed The Hunt for Red October. That was a good one too. Yep. Well, I'm a big Sean Connery fan because, you know, as far as I'm concerned, he's James Bond, okay? Because he's the James Bond that I related with. So, but yeah, The Hunt for Red October. My parents said I could work the VCR to watch it at home when I was around 3 or 4. There you go. Yep. Yeah. So, yeah, I've always related to him as James Bond. So, the other Bonds were okay, but he was the one that I remember as James Bond because he's the one I related to. So, yeah, so he was really good in Hunt for Red October. And that had, what was the other one? One of the brothers. Crap, can't think of his name. But, yeah, he did a really good job in that too. So I first remember seeing him in the movie Darby O'Gill and the Little People. I don't think I've ever seen that one. I'm gonna have to look that one up. I'm gonna write that down. Darby O'Gill and the Little People. Yeah, he was pretty good. He played in another one that I really liked him in, where he had an Asian wife, which I kind of relate to. I have an Asian wife. He was like a Japanese, Korean kind of mentor type thing. It was a pretty trippy kids movie, yep, at least compared to today's standards, yep. But yeah, it was like Red Sun or something like that. He was in that one. He's been in a lot of stuff, but he was funny because my first wife was a big Sean Connery fan, and he had an interview with Barbara Walters, and Barbara didn't pull a whole bunch of punches, so Barbara asked him, she said, Sean, you've kind of had the cops called on you a couple times for domestic violence, and he said, you know what, Barbara, sometimes you just got to show the lady who's boss. And so I teased my first wife. I said, so you still think he was on her list? And I said, you still think he should be on your list? He said, yeah, I don't want to marry him. I just want to sleep with him. I don't want to marry him. So, yeah, still thinks he needs to beat the woman around a little bit. So, but it was funny. He actually did lose any credibility for that one. So, I think his James Bond character had probably kind of played into that. Not that he beat women as James Bond, but use them and abuse them was kind of there. So that was always the James Bond theme. But yeah, good old Barbara. She didn't miss a beat. Yeah, you've had the cops called on you a couple times for domestic violence. How do you feel about that? Sometimes you just got to show her who's boss, Barbara. Without missing a beat. I remember there was a big thing about him, I guess some lawsuit. I guess he had some neighbors in an apartment building that he lived in, so they were playing their music too loud or something and pissing him off, so he actually bought the whole apartment building so he could evict them. It was like, yeah. Probably not the best example of a good human being, but great actor. And there's a lot of them like that. I love Morgan Freeman, okay? But human being wise, I think he married his granddaughter or something. There's some, I don't know if that's completely true or not. I shouldn't be spreading rumors, but there was some scandal about him falling in love with his granddaughter or something and getting married to her, and it was like, holy cow. But great actor. Great actor. So. But once again, that's kind of, I think, where a lot of the problem comes up nowadays, especially now in this political arena, though I always try not to talk about politics, but a lot of people look to their Hollywood stars for advice on politics, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not that guy. I can understand looking to maybe your female Hollywood stars for maybe beauty tips or, how do they stay so young, those kind of things. But I really don't want to hear actors' political opinions or, really opinions on anything other than acting. They're great actors, but don't really so much want to hear their opinions on anything other things. So. And I mean, they're welcome to share their opinions. I'm just not necessarily going to agree with them, And now it seems like all the actors, Hollywood is jumping on the political bandwagon now, which is kind of using their stardom for the wrong reasons, I think, or wrong venue. So, but that and a buck will get you a cup of coffee. So, but yeah, I've always been one of those. I don't I don't really look at Hollywood for their opinions. I look at Hollywood for their acting talent. You think about it. If someone's a really good actor, they're really good at convincing you they're someone they're not, which is kind of a liar, right? so, you know, so if they're a really good liar, you know, I'm extrapolating, but if they're a really good liar, maybe they're not, you know, not someone you should probably be trusting with major life decisions either. So, now granted, you know, like I said, from a beauty skincare perspective, like, I love Jennifer Aniston. Love Jennifer Aniston. She's on my list. But don't want to hear her political opinions. Don't want to hear her opinions, you know. Her beauty secrets and how she stays looking so young, I think is fantastic. And I probably would, you know, that sounds great because she does have that going for her. But don't want to hear political opinions. Matt Damon, love Matt Damon. Don't want to hear his political opinions. George Clooney, don't want to hear his political opinions. Sure don't want to take marriage advice on most of them. Because they've all been married 14, 15 times. So, I mean, honestly, the ones that seem to have it really working the best is Kurt Russell. Big fan. I'm a big fan of Kurt Russell. But Kurt Russell and his non-wife, Goldie Hawn, have been together forever, never got married, and have made that work. So,
The asteroid is depleted.
And they're dropping like flies now. Oh, there's some rats. Be some rats here. All right, I got him. I got him. Oh, I'll probably get another 22K for these guys. Woohoo! I'm floating into money. Man, with payouts like these, whew, I don't know why I'm mining. Should just buy the ore. There we go. All right, get your butt back here. But yeah, that's one that always kind of cracks me up when Hollywood starts giving their opinion on stuff. It's kind of along the same lines. I wouldn't expect anyone to ask my opinion on anything not related to what I do for a living, right? What I do for a living, I've done for many, many years. I don't know that I'd be considered an expert, but probably the closest thing I'll be to an expert. I can understand someone asking my opinion on that. But asking my opinion on anything else is, or have done a long time, I'll be, yep. Yeah. And like I said, from the perspective of like Jennifer Aniston, asking her about her beauty secrets or how she stays looking so young, because she looks fantastically young. And, you know, definitely. But honestly, most of those Hollywood ones have kind of a really distorted sense of politics and worth anyway. I mean, you think about it from a kid actor perspective, like Drew Barrymore. Drew Barrymore had a lot of problems. A lot of the kid actors had a lot of problems because of the for getting addicted and that kind of stuff. And just because they just don't know how to deal with that level of success at such a young age. And so, really kind of skews things. And so, yeah, so it's kind of funny because then we look to them for for opinions on stuff, and it's kind of like, yeah. Now, from a Drew Barrymore perspective, I mean, she's had a lot of life experiences, so she may have some better opinions on some things, but yeah, I'm kind of Like, stick to what you do well. You're fabulous actors. Stick with that. Leave the rest of it to... Because that's the other problem, too. When people start listening to the Hollywood types about different things, they're probably not... That's a different class. They don't have to worry about money. They don't have to worry about a lot of things that the normal person has to worry about. So their concerns about politics are going to be different than our concerns would be. And so, yeah, so you're kind of... But they do have a platform for that kind of stuff. So, you know, you can kind of understand it. So, man, that mobile tractor's nice. I need to load some salvage drones on here. One of these. Probably should load them on Craig and let him do the salvaging. But yeah. We always end up with half a dozen rats. And if you're just sitting here doing nothing with the drones anyway, you may as well. I've been thinking about putting some mining drones on here too, but Dobbs has salvage drones. There you go. Excellent. So gather them all up and salvage them all up. I didn't know that the mobile tractor actually loots the wrecks too, which is kind of nice. I have a BPC to build 3 of them, I think. I think Jerry Can gave me one for 3. And unfortunately, it takes some tier 4 PI stuff, which I just haven't got around to focusing on. My thought is I'll track down my wormhole system, and then the P4 stuff will be super easy to make. Because trying to make P4 stuff in high sec is going to take like months. Now granted, I don't think it needs very many, but still. And I kind of already have it focused on the stuff that I need already. Robotics for my drones that I constantly lose. I've been losing a ton of drones lately, which is really disappointing. Oh, there's another score die. Where'd that come from? All right. But yeah, I built the Megathron. Hey, what's up, Blossom?
Asteroid is depleted.
But I did get the Megathron built. I got large rail guns on it. I picked up yeah, picked up a BPO for a 425 railgun, 425 millimeter railgun. Turns out it was in Venolin, in my home station, which I really couldn't beat. So I bought the BPO. I want to say that was like 15 million, but that one's a nice one. So there weren't a whole lot of BPCs. I was really surprised. All the other guns had BPCs I could get through contracts, but not that one for some reason. So, but yeah, so I got the guns on there now. Turns out I had a bunch of ammo. I'm working with Marverick to secure some ammo BPs for the large stuff. But I think I had a large ammo BP way back when. I think that's one of the ones that I have in that impound, which is why I tried so hard to get it back. It's because those would have come in handy, but I must have built a bunch of them before it got impounded, because I had a whole ton of ammo, like 15,000. So I've got the Megathron all set up, ready to go. The Megathron only has 4 middle slots, which is kind of a problem. But I think it'll still be all right. I think I'll still be able to pull the tank off. Normally I put a tank for the 2 common damage, and then a multi just to cover anything else. And in the case of that one, and then of course a micro warp drive. and shield extender. So in the case of that one, with the shield extender and the micro warp drive, I can only cover the 2 damage types. So don't have the multi on there. So it may not be as good of a tank. It's actually set up to be more of an armor tank, which maybe I'll switch it over to that. But returning to Matins now. All right, we're here. We got the place camped out for you. We got 5 people in fleet and 5 people in the system. So we are controlling the whole system. Actually, you're not here. So, yeah. So we probably have 1 person in local. Yep, we have 1 person in local that's not part of our fleet. So he's probably in a station somewhere. Yeah, all good. Whenever you get here, we're here. What's the rats in Matins again? Serpentis. So yeah, they do, where is it? Oh my goodness, I got too many windows open. Kinetic thermal. Ooh, forgot to check that. Did I lose? I lost. Damn it. He only got 2 points. 3 points. I lost my fantasy football league game this week. Hate when that happens. Hate when that happens. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Hate when that happens. I lost by like 2 points. It's a real squeaker. Well, shit, I got EM damage. I need to fit the ship with Vespas. You're all right. We got the drones. We got the rats covered. Don't worry about it. If you want, bring some mining. Bring some mining drones. We got the rats covered. We got the rats covered. Got the rats covered. You know, Marverick, you can compress that stuff. See, you got a can out there. Taro Vicky. I see Taro Vicky. Oh, that's local. Thought that was in the fleet. I was like, where's Taro Vicky? Alrighty. Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo.
The asteroid is depleted.
Asteroid is depleted. Of course it is. Of course it is. Oh my goodness, they're dropping like flies. Nope, the can is from one of the salvage ships. I gotcha. So doesn't your mobile tractor bring it in too? Dobbs can't bring it in because it wasn't in fleet when you killed it. Oh, all right. Well, I'll go pick that up then. Let's see. Kragan's got some range, I think, now. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, let me go pick it up. Plus, I'm scratching up Falstaff's paint job. So, you can abandon it and she will get it. Oh, I could have done that too. I'm already on my way now, so. Sorry, I should have did that. I thought it actually pulled them all in. I didn't realize it wouldn't pull those in if it was that way. That's pretty different. It's actually moving me closer to the asteroids too, so it's working out tenfold. It's probably just metal scraps, so that's what it always is. That's what it always is. Oh, antimatter charge. There we go. So I think metal scraps would have been better. Metal scraps would have probably been better. Yep, otherwise she would be labeled a thief. Yeah, we don't want that. Yeah, and I probably, because I probably killed those when I first got to the belt, and I probably hadn't started the fleet yet, now that I think about it. I should have started the fleet before I came out here, and then you would have probably been okay. What's up, Khaleesi? We're actually high-sec mining in Matins if you want to join us. Jackson's not around, but we're still trying to make it fun even without him. I got it. I joined. Unfortunately, other commitments have me in a chokehold at the moment. Maybe next week. You're always welcome. This week, next week, the week after, doesn't matter. You're always welcome. Always welcome. I got a bunch of battleships to build, so trying to acquire some much needed ore to keep the battleship building going. I keep wanting to hit that jettison. I don't know why. Just be hanging out here. Hopefully mining goes well. Yep. Like I said, Jackson's not here, so it's not as fun, but we're trying to keep the fun up. Jackson is always entertaining, if nothing else. He'll be back tomorrow. I did see, and I don't know if you guys noticed, yeah, it's still there. There's a Empire belt only 2 jumps away. If we wanted, we could always jump over there in between belts if it's still there. I can't imagine it'll last that long, but It's been there for over an hour already, so I need to get about 75 million trade because I'm trying to build 30 BCs. Yep. 30 battle cruisers. We've got a big build order. I made a root beer and mango rum drink. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Mango rum. Yeah. And root beer. That sounds interesting. I'm ahead there right now. Okay. There's a lot of Veldspar here, so you should be good. I kill rat convoys and belts for my trit. Think it up to like 200 million trit. Wow. Just from the metal scraps. Also reprocess the loot. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I pretty much reprocess all the rat loot.
The asteroid is depleted.
Asteroid is gone. Asteroid is gone. Convoy rats drop millions in ore. Wow. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I need to find some more asteroids. Oh, there's Rich Plague. Another Rich Plague. Wow. Oh, that's because I'm here with him. No, that's not right. Unlock. And null set rats are nice and tasty for mats, though the diamond rats suck. Yeah, I heard about the diamond rats. I don't want to run into those. The auto lancers, I kind of count the auto lancers as diamond rats because I've never been able to beat them, no matter what ship I was in. I think the diamond rats actually attack you. The auto lancers don't attack you until you shoot first. Yeah. But yeah, I've heard diamond rats suck. Suck, suck, suck. Those are like Concord. You're not supposed to attack them. Yeah, but they show red. And they shouldn't be red. Anything red, I find it's my duty to attack. We need to protect the population.
Asteroid is depleted.
I think I lost 3 ships to one night. Because I was such an idiot. That's where I lost my Astero. Need to rebuild that baby. Yeah, I learned. It was a little too late. Diamond rats will web and scram you and drop dread, and that rat's on you. Yeah, that's... Alright, so we did move, so we got a... Veldspar. Alright. Dread also spawns in some of the highest rating anoms and escales. Makes sense. You just warp off if you see them here. Yep. Yeah, Dread and Titan. See, I've never heard of the Titan rats. One of the capital S skulls has 3 dreads. Wow. But I think the dreads can actually be beat, right? The diamonds, they can't be beat. They're like impossible.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I had heard, is that the diamonds can't be beat, but everything else can be beat. It's just super hard. I like a challenge. I just don't like impossible. Like the auto lancers. The auto lancers are impossible. The diamonds take destroying their home base, which is nigh impossible to find. Yep. Have you? Well, that's awesome. One diamond rat base. They aren't common. Yeah, I bet. That's kind of what everybody else says. They're not that common, but still. It takes a whole lot of people to kill them. Yeah, that's what I figured too. That's what I figured. Yeah, that Billy system's still out there. But we still got a lot of asteroids in this belt. Or so I've been told. They're worth killing if you can find one with people. I believe a few 100 million a person it is. Wow, that'd be nice. But yeah. Not if you end up losing half your ships. Of course it is. And to the rats. See, Blossom, nothing to worry about. You're gone before you know it. Gone before they knew what hit them. There's a fleet eating the Empire here now. Is there? That's what I figured. Yeah, so they'll probably get rid of it there pretty quick. But there's another one in Torby, 5 jumps away. Just popped up. So, but like I said, we'll finish this belt. There's a lot here in this belt, so a lot of Veldspar. You better come get your share. A lot of Veldspar.
The asteroid is depleted.
A lot of Veldspar. A lot of Veldspar. I forgot my crystals at home, so the ores I need, I can't mine. I got crystals here. What do you need? I can give you some crystals. I think I got all types.
The asteroid is depleted.
I always make sure to carry extra just for such an emergency. Just for such an emergency. Crystals create waste, not the best for mining valuable ore, yeah. I always use the crystals that don't create waste. Well, I think I do. Yeah, I carry a lot of extra crystals as well, yep. I'm pretty sure I have type A's. Yep. So they're the ones I think that don't create waste. I think. Molecular makeup, strength modulated mining. These crystals deteriorate to extent it can be loaded in a mining crystal. Are used with modulated mining crystal to provide steady yields with low residues, high reliability. So low residue, low waste. I need the complex and the variated. Yep, I got them. Yep. Here, I'm gonna jettison these out. So grab that cargo container. Should be within your reach. Yep. Oh, it's getting pulled in by the tractor. So now you're gonna have to chase it. So Marverick's got your crystals. So now you're gonna have to go get them from him. Way to go, Marverick. I hate when that happens. Ironically, that's not the first time that's happened to us. So yeah, Blossom, go see Marverick. He's got your crystals. Or Dobbs got your crystals. I think it's Dobbs' tractor. I threw him into a can, and then the can got picked up by the mobile tractor unit. So Dobbs has him now. I think it's Dobbs' mobile tractor. Yeah, it's Dobbs' mobile tractor. Marverick he's Dobbs' owner, so he'll get him out there for you. I put 4 of each in the can, so. Well, you can probably reach in the mobile tractor unit, or you could do that too. Fly up to the mobile tractor unit and grab them. Because it's part of the fleet. I should have waited till you were ready instead of ejecting them ahead of time. I know that tractor unit was out there. I didn't think about it. I didn't think. I'm sorry. Sorry. Who's got time to think these days? Exactly. Thinking is a luxury. Thinking's a luxury. But I was thinking, Blossom, don't you need some simple ones? Because if you're going to mine here, you're going to need simple ones. Maybe you already have the simple ones. You just didn't have the other two. Me, I have to think. Yep. Thinking is overrated too. Thinking's overrated. Tractor unit doesn't let me open it. Alright, so Marverick will have to get him out of there for you. Sorry. Okay, that's what I figured. You must have the simple. Okay. Yeah, Marverick will grab him out for you. Hold on a second. Asteroid is gone. Gone. Oh, how was the RimWorld stream? I saw you live, but I was making buns for upper yesterday. I was doing drumlings with Mr. and older 4 kids. It wasn't bad. Wasn't a whole lot of people watching, but I got one in. Alright, I'm going to eject the can. Be quick or the mobile tractor unit will grab it again. Here it comes, Blossom. Firing it right at you. There it is. Grab it, grab it, grab it. I think she got it. Did you get it, Blossom? Blossom, talk to us. Yeah, you might have to pull the MTU in. Did she miss it? Yeah, I don't know where she's at. She's kind of daydreaming again. She's probably showing somebody else her skin. I never see it. It was there. We saw it. You're just not paying attention. You might have to pull the MTU in.
The asteroid is depleted.
Because it does grab it pretty quick. Is there a way to tell it to delay? Or if any time it's deployed, it's automatically pulling in. Oh, he pulled it in. There you go. Now we'll throw it out there. Now you'll be able to see it. Yeah, that's what I thought. I really need to get those PI things. I probably should just buy them, but so I can build mine, but I manage without them, so especially now with that Noctis. I bought a BPC today, 10-run Noctis. Because I'm going to build Noctis for my other alts. That Noctis is super nice. I am salvaging in like maybe a quarter of the time I used to salvage in. Huge. Especially on those level 4 missions. There's a lot of salvage. And I still have the T1 salvagers on it. I've got the T2 salvagers built. I just didn't put them on yet. With the T1 salvagers, you're still salvaging in a quarter of the time. I haven't seen the can this time, so I think probably Marverick's got so much stuff in that MTU, he's got to root through it all to find your crystals. Those crystals are really small. They fall down to the bottom of the can. No, I don't think so. I don't know. Blossom, did you get him? Is that Kragan? Yep. I didn't think she did. Maybe she did. I didn't see him out there, so I didn't think she did, but maybe she did. I don't know. She's MIA again. Gonna get it now.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right. Alright. Yeah, it looks like she just... Oh, you had him in your cargo bay. Okay. Yeah, it looks like she just grabbed them. I didn't see him out there till the second before. When she said, I'm going to get him now, then I noticed that they were out there. So, excellent. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Only took us 45 minutes. I said I got it. My goodness. Woo. Feel like I'm talking to my wife. Always yelling. That's because my wife can't hear worth a damn, but that's... Same point. Same point. Same point. Same point. Oh, excuse me. So anyway, how was everybody's Monday? Yep. Still going. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Still going. That's a good point. You're still working, so yeah. Still going. Yeah. I'm off tomorrow, so either I'm mad or just can't hear you for shit. There you go. Yeah, my wife, she can't hear worth a damn. I actually paid for hearing aids. $2,000. And she hated them so much. Just hated them. They made her hear fantastic. She was so self-conscious about anybody would know if she had hearing aids. And she made so many excuses until I finally just said, okay, let's return them. I think we had 90 days to return them, and I think we went right up to like the 89th day before we returned them. But she was just, she made so many excuses. But she could hear. So yeah. But yeah, I was like, you know, I'm worth spending. I don't mind spending the money if it improves your life, right? But if you're just gonna complain about it until I get rid of them, then let's just get rid of them. You know, because if we wait the 90 days and I'm stuck with them and then you don't wear them, she has a mouth brace that I got for her because they said she was grinding her teeth. Her dentist said she was grinding her teeth, and yeah, I want to say that cost us probably about $700, and she never wears it. I'm like, well, that was a good money well spent. But, you know, what are you going to do? Best laid plans. Best laid plans. But yeah, hearing aids, they're not cheap. They are not cheap. And she's not really old, so that's kind of the weird part. She's only a couple years older than me, so she's 58. She'd probably kill me if you knew I told people that, but yeah, so yeah, she's a little young for hearing aids. But she's had a hearing problem ever since I met her. So. It's funny, I'll come home like on Tuesday nights from bowling or Wednesday nights from the church, and I have to park across the street, and I can hear our TV from across the street because she has it turned up so loud. And I'm like, holy cow.
The asteroid is depleted.
So then I come in the house and I'm like, yeah, we need to do something about this television. Alrighty. But yeah, it all works out. It all works out. It all works out. I'm the exact opposite. I can sit, our entertainment room where we have our television is on one end of the house near our bedroom, and my office is on the other end of the house and near the kitchen. And I can sit in the entertainment room with the TV blaring at 10 decibels because that's what she keeps it at, and hear the sink dripping. Like, what is going on? What is that noise? And she's like, really? You can hear that? Yes. Somebody left the sink on. Somebody left the sink on. But yeah, that's just me. Yeah, when she first got here, 17 years ago now, I can't believe it's been that long, but 17 years ago, I took her for a hearing test because her hearing was so bad. And the woman that was administering the hearing test, I don't know if she was just had a problem with me or what it was, but my wife wouldn't take the hearing test unless I took one as well. I don't know why. But I'm like, okay, sure, I'll take a hearing test. So she had just come into the country, so English isn't her primary language. So I was translating for her. I was helping out. I was doing stuff, and I guess the woman thought I was controlling her. So the woman said, she said, well, her hearing's fine, but your hearing shows signs of damage. Me. And I'm like, okay, I mean, that makes sense. I've worked in a factory. I've, I said that could be, but I'm like, really? Her hearing is fine? She's like, yeah, her hearing's fine. And so, of course, my wife clung to that for, probably 15 years until I finally convinced her, hey, there's a problem here. We need to go back. So then we went to an actual ear doctor, ear EMT, ear, nose, and throat. And he was like, oh, God, her hearing is horrible. Horrible. She can't hear anything. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what I thought. So, but it was just ironic because that woman from 15 years earlier had pretty much lied to us for whatever reason. And so, yeah, my wife clung to that for 15 years. The woman gave me a test, said I was fine. Said I was fine. She said, you're the one with the hearing problem. I said, really? I can hear a mosquito from 3 miles away. Yeah, I probably do have some hearing loss in certain ranges, but I'm hearing what I need to hear. More than I need to hear. And so, but yeah, but then even after the doctor was super frustrated when we took the hearing aids back because he's like, she really has very bad hearing. You really shouldn't return these. I'm like, look, doc, I'm with you. I agree with you. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not paying $2,000 for something that's going to sit on a shelf. You gave me a 90-day money-back guarantee. I'm using it. Thank you for that. Sorry, but I can't make her wear them. She's got to wanna hear, and she obviously doesn't. So that's where we're at. But yeah, I think he was just pissed about losing his commission. I couldn't believe how expensive they were. Good God. Then again, I guess it shouldn't surprise me. All the medical stuff is that way. Oh, ads are on. I think you guys are all subscribed, though. Still a lot of roids in this belt. Guys are missing out. Especially with this compression. This is awesome. I need a week off to just play Eve. I was so excited for the 3-day weekend to be Eve gaming weekend, and it just turned into a terrible power outage. Yeah. Yeah, that's, unfortunately, that's a Florida thing, too. You always have to deal with the weather there. When I lived on the East Coast, I lived up in the Northeast Pennsylvania area, so it kept me from having those kind of problems. Snow was our natural disaster, but I have 2 sisters that live in Florida, and I contacted one of them when the storm happened, and she was actually in Pennsylvania visiting people, so that was good. But The other one, she lives a little bit more inland, so I'm pretty sure she was okay, but... And honestly, I probably should have reached out to her too. See how she's doing. If I had a nickel. I had a nickel. Uh-oh. Oh, they got engaged. Oh, that's awesome. Young couple from my church just got engaged. That's so cute. Young love. Young couple from my church. We're going to get hit again this weekend by another storm. Seriously? I really need to reach out to her. The one I reached out to, she just lost her husband, my brother-in-law, earlier this... Actually, it was late last year. So yeah, so that was one of the reasons I was checking on her. But my other sister, she's actually my youngest sister. She's more independent. She doesn't really like people contacting her and asking how she is. So I was afraid I would probably get my head ripped off. But I just reached out to her to see if she's doing okay. I'm sure she is, but, you know, always be nice to have your brother reach out and check on you.
The asteroid is depleted.
Plus, I'm trying to get him used to me not being around. Though, honestly, I'll probably reach out more when I'm in the Philippines than I do now. I can't believe you're going to get hit by another storm this weekend. That's it. Outrageous. Yeah, when both of my sisters moved there, they moved there at different times, of course, but when they both moved there, I was like, why would you move to Florida? You know? But when you grow up with snow your whole life, you kind of want to look at something else, I guess. We all grew up in Pennsylvania, so snow was the big thing. But and actually, my youngest sister, she manages a marina. That's what she actually, when she lived in Maryland, that's what she did. And so then she moved to Florida to do it down there. So that kind of makes sense. She's on the coast. Since that's her profession she's chosen. But yeah, it's... Can't really do that from Kansas City. There aren't any marinas here. What's up, Drachenhort? Hey, we're mining in the mountains if you want to join us. We got a jump clone here. Jump, jump, jump. Got a lot of roids here with your name on them. You're always welcome. Yeah, I'm suing God for this inconvenience. He needs to get himself together. Good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. He's got the best lawyers in the business, so hard one to sue. But that does suck, kind of 2 weeks in a row. That's kind of frustrating. But yeah, based on that, I definitely should check on my sisters. So actually, the one she's still younger, but older than the youngest. She said she was headed back on yesterday, I think. Either yesterday or today. So yeah, so that's kind of curious. That's kind of curious. Or she might be just headed right into it, so. I got Morgan and Morgan. They say they are the best. Yeah, we got a couple here. Kansas City, a couple ambulance chasers. They said, you know, that Mike's got this. Mike's got the, I can't remember his last name now, but he has a lot of ads here. That if you've been wronged, if you've been hit, if you've had an accident, call Mike. Mike's got this. We call them ambulance chasers. But they make a good living. The clients don't always get a whole lot of money, but they always do. I sent you an invite, Drachenhort. Those ads ought to be banned. Yep. I agree. Well, we had one. So we had a guy. We were on the way to church one day and got T-boned. Guy ran a red light. No worries. Take your time, Drachenhort. Guy ran a red light, driving somebody else's car. Slammed into the side of us, totaled our car, broke my collarbone. Yeah, it was a big old mess. And the insurance company just jerked me around. And I have a lawyer on retainer for speeding tickets. So after like 2 weeks of trying to get a rental car out of this rental company, I reached out to him and said, hey, is there anything you could do here? And he literally took a piece of his letterhead, pulled it out of the printer, wrote on it, handwritten, I'm representing Ron Bond in this matter, faxed it to him. I had a rental car by the end of the day and a check for my totaled vehicle by the next morning. Which was kind of defeated the purpose, because then I had to take the rental car back. So I was like, I just picked the rental car up. But it took me literally over 2 weeks to get a rental car. But as soon as he sent that, and so I was like, okay, well, what do I owe you? He says, nah, you don't owe me nothing for that. He says, but, you know, this guy, he's really in the wrong here. So you got a major lawsuit. So if you walk away, you're leaving money on the table. And I'm like, you know, I really don't care. I got the car settled. He's going to have to cover the medical bills, so I'm not worried about that, you know. And you're like, yeah, but you're leaving a lot of money on the table, you know. So hemmed and hawed finally convinced me to go ahead and, you know, do a personal injury suit. And 3 years later, when the personal injury suit was finally settled, after I paid back my insurance company, who paid all the medical bills, which I didn't know. My insurance company wouldn't give me a rental car because I didn't have full coverage, but they paid all the medical bills, so then they had to be reimbursed from the settlement. Once I paid them, and once I gave him his cut of, I think it was 30%, which he complained about the whole time, because I had a previous relationship with him. I think he used to get 40%, but because I had a previous relationship with him, it was a 30% thing, so he complained about losing out on that 10%. But once I paid him and once I paid them, I ended up with $1,500. And of course, you know, he got way more than that. But I was like, yeah, it was definitely not worth 3 years of my time. And so, yeah, I was like, I should have just listened to my gut and said, no, leave it be, let it go. But yeah, it was... Yeah, I was super frustrated because I was like, now granted, I ended up with $1,500 more than I had before. But in the big scheme of things, if I'd have worked 3 years, I'd have made a lot more. You know, if I'd have spent that time working instead of, you know, messing around with this lawsuit, you know, I would have made I made a lot more than $1,500. So, but And I mean, my plan was just to get the medical bills paid, get the car paid. I mean, when they gave us a settlement for the car was a beautiful car. It's my wife's car. Had very low miles on an older car. Reason we didn't have full coverage on it because it was fully paid off. And but they totaled it, and it had super low mileage. And I think a blue booked for like $6,000, and they gave us 9 for settlement. So I was like, okay, well they know they're in the wrong. They're trying to pay us off here, you know. And so I was like, you know what? I'm already in the positive. So just leave it be. Oh, no, you're leaving money on the table. You're leaving money on the table. Yeah, well, it would have been leaving his money on the table because he made way more than $1,500. He probably still didn't make his wages worth, though. But, I mean, I want to say the settlement was like 10 grand all told. And like $5,000 of it was medical bills that we had to pay back to my insurance company, which I had no idea my insurance company was covering the medical bills because they weren't covering anything else. And so it's like that was kind of a surprise. And then then I think, like I said, he took like $3,500 or something, which left us with the other $1,500. It was just ridiculous. But yeah, it was like, yeah, it was. I was like, this was not good for anybody. And so, but yeah, it was little things. He said, hey, you gotta make sure the doctor knows how much pain you're in. And I'm like, well, honestly, I'm really not in any pain. The collarbone healed up miraculously fast. They put me in a brace for, I want to say 8 weeks, and it was healed. I think it was healed when they first saw me, and they were like just panicking because the lawyer sent me to the orthopedic surgeon, and so he knew I had a lawyer, so I think he was being more careful. But they and I mentioned that it was the brace especially was bothering me. I couldn't sleep with it, and but I guess he didn't write any of that down, so there was really no pain and suffering, which is what I guess the lawyer was complaining about. We need more pain and suffering. Well, technically, I'm really not in a lot of pain. I'm a little irritated with this brace because I can't sleep. But yeah, complete waste of time. Complete waste of time. And I mean, like I said, I have a lawyer on retainer and I haven't, knock on wood, I haven't gotten any speeding tickets probably now in about 2 years. So I've been really good. I used to get 2 to 3 a month. And that's why I have a lawyer on retainer for speeding tickets. Because it saved me a ton of money. But the wife got a little upset with how much I was spending on speeding tickets. It was cutting into her shoe budget. I felt it was my duty to put every police officer's child through college, so. But. In fact, my lawyer called me a couple months ago because he was worried that I had died, since I hadn't had a speeding ticket in several months or several years. So he's like, "Hey, what's going on?" Well, wife got a little upset with all the speeding tickets, so I started driving a little more responsibly. He's like, "No, serious." Yep. And I think COVID helped too, because they stopped stopping anybody for COVID because they were so afraid they were going to catch something. So, and I don't think they've really gone back to stopping people now. So Torvy's still out there. The other one's gone. Like Blossom said, somebody was working it. But yeah, I don't agree with lawyers, but I do understand that they provide a service. So, and at times when I need that service, I'm more than happy to use it. But yeah, I won't get lured in by another one for leaving money on the table. Yeah, that's all right. I'll have to leave it on the table because not falling for that one again. But yeah, mean, all told, I was $1,500 richer than I was before, but in the course of 3 years, that ROI, that's not a good ROI. I might have, probably couldn't have got that from a savings account, but quite a few other investments I could have made that would have made me more than that. But yeah. And honestly, I think he was probably disappointed too, because I don't think he made what he was hoping. Though honestly, I don't know that he really did a whole lot of work. I mean, a lot of it was just waiting around. Which, that's the other thing. I can't believe that stuff takes forever. It took 3 years for them to settle on a personal injury suit. That's ridiculous. But that's our legal system. God bless it. God bless it. God bless it. Yeah. But that was the other thing that really hacked me off was I dealt with this insurance company. So when I called my insurance company, they're like, hey, you don't have full coverage. And I'm like, yeah, because my car's paid off. They're like, well, since you don't have full coverage, we can't really do anything. We just really cover you for liability. So, you know, we can't give you a rental car. And I'm like, yeah, but the way it's supposed to work is you give me the rental car and then you go after them to get it. That way I ain't got to deal with it. That's why I pay you. They're like, yeah, when you pay us full, you know, full coverage. I'm like, all right. So I called the insurance company. I dealt with them, and they would not, you know. I mean, the guy was dead to rights. But they're like, well, you know, I mean, oh, that's what it is. He also had a suspended license. So he had a suspended license, driving somebody else's car, and ran a red light. Slammed into us. Okay? They're like, well, we don't have the police report, so we don't know that he's really at fault. And I'm like, so with my broken collarbone, I drove to the police station, paid $20, got the police report, and faxed it to them. And they're like, how did you get this? I'm like, I went to the police station and I paid $20 for it. That's what you should have done. But being that, you know, you're going to have to actually pay some money here for a rental car for me, you know, you're not going to do that unless I prove to you that this guy was wrong. You know, but even after that, they wouldn't do it. Like I said, they hemmed and hawed with me for 2 weeks to where I was just fed up. And so then I went to him and just said, hey, is there anything you could do? I'm just curious, you know. And he literally just wrote on that letterhead, handwritten, I'm representing Ramban in this matter. Fax it to their office. Things were taken care of hours later. And I'm like, you know, that's ridiculous. Because, you know, you guys definitely are responsible here. You know, you're covering the car of the woman who lent him the car, idiot that she was. Few questions you should ask somebody before you lend them their car, you know. You have a license. Has your license ever been revoked? You know the color red, you know. But yeah. So yeah, that was what hacked me off the most. Was just like, you know, I had to actually reach out to this guy to get you guys to do your job. Which you knew it was your responsibility all along. You just didn't want to do it. And because I didn't have a leg to stand on, you weren't going to do anything until I got representation. And then miraculously, you took care of everything in hours. Like I said, I think I went and saw him at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Had a rental car by 5. And a check by 9 a.m. the next morning. And it was like, it's just ridiculous. It was like, you guys could have done this 2 weeks ago. But, and then I thought, okay, well, I'm sure I owe him some money because he actually did something. He's like, no, I did that for free. You know, we've got a previous relationship. We're good. And I'm like, really? I've never known lawyers to be that generous, but I think that was what it was. Is he was trying to get me to come on with the lawsuit because he thought he'd make more money off the lawsuit, which he probably would have if it had actually gone the way he thought it was going to go. But yeah, since there wasn't any pain and suffering, the doctor didn't write a single note down about me having any pain or inconvenience or anything, which I thought was funny. And it's like, okay, it is what it is. That's why I remember him telling me at one point. He says, I'm not telling you to lie. But if you could just emphasize how, uncomfortable things are, so he writes it down. That's the key. Okay. It's all about pain and suffering. All about pain and suffering. Okay. But yeah, it was funny because never happened. Uh-oh. Looks like, oh, there he is. I was going to say, it looks like Drachenhort made it. I missed you arriving, buddy. Sorry about that. Too busy chatting. But that was funny too, because that was what actually set up my wife getting her dream car. She had always dreamed that, yep, got there, gonna install a clone there as soon as I cool downs. Yep, that's what I did. But yeah, she got her dream car out of it. So since that one was totaled, we ended up looking for a replacement car for her. It was her car that got totaled, and she ended up getting her dream car out of it. So, and we got it for a steal. So actually worked out very well. So it all worked out. But yeah, I should have walked away when my gut told me to walk away. I would have been better off. So, because just the hassle and the frustration and the stress from the lawsuit was just like the constant waiting. Like, let's just get it over with. Like, never mind.
The asteroid is depleted.
Never mind. But yeah, he was super excited about the lawsuit. And then, like I said, I don't think he really made as much as he was planning on making. So I think he was probably disappointed too. So, all told. But yeah, we don't have too many roids left in this belt. But yeah, that was my lawsuit experience. I told him I'll just stick to you for the speeding tickets from now on. He's like, hey, it's not my fault. The doctors didn't write down any pain and suffering, Like, yeah. Yeah. So it's only our fleet in the system now. That's pretty awesome. Oh, excuse me. Oh, stop that. Too early for that. So yeah, I'm off tomorrow, and I don't have anything planned. I shouldn't say I don't have anything planned. I'm gonna give the dogs a bath, which that's a whole different issue. Giving my dogs a bath, it's kind of like having teeth pulled. But they're overdue. I should have given them a bath a couple weeks ago. So. I don't know what's been happening with my Eve connection. But I've been noticing that here lately, it's having to reconnect to the chat from time to time. I have some messages in here and says it reconnected to chat. Connection to chat server lost. Reconnected to chat server. I noticed that when I was playing this afternoon too. It's really weird. And I actually, if you guys remember, I think it was last week, the stream disconnected. Eve disconnected while I was on the stream, so it's gonna be funny when I start to become Rose 2.0 freaking out about who's in system with us if I get accepted in the goons. Yeah, don't do that. You'll be fine. This is a nice quiet system that nobody cares about. Nobody hunts here. That's why we chose it. It's all good. It's a nice place to hide. There's ads.
The asteroid is depleted.
Man, they are really falling by the wayside. We're going through them quick now.
Is depleted.
That was what I was supposed to do today too. I was supposed to pick up something from the pharmacy. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I'm going to try and give the dogs a bath early. But if I stay up late tonight, I probably won't get to bed early. So it means I probably won't wake up early, but they'll probably wake me up early no matter what. So if I get up early and give them a bath, and I can kind of lounge around for a while. I want to try and do a RimWorld stream tomorrow. I did put my application in, and I did confirm with them that they got my application, so that was good. But haven't heard from them yet if I've been accepted or not, so. Plus, I'm enjoying the RimWorld stream. I always enjoyed RimWorld. And it's great having you guys watch so I can put your names in there, so that makes it even funner. Funner? Is that a word? Funner? It makes it more fun. I don't think funner's a word. But like Marverick said, every time I say his character name, his pawn name on the stream, he thinks I'm talking to him, so. Which I could understand. That would kind of freak me out. That would kind of freak me out. That would kind of freak me out. Did a lot of satisfactory. If I get internet at work tomorrow, I'll join the RimWorld stream if it's around 11:30, 12:30 Eastern. Yep. Okay. I'll try to shoot for that time. Did a lot of satisfactory last week. Always lose myself in that kind of game. You know, and it's weird. So you're the second person that's mentioned satisfactory. I never got into satisfactory. Just did not enjoy it. I don't know why. I love RimWorld. I love Dwarf Fortress. You know, those kind of building ones. What's the other one? There's another one that's kind of along those lines that I played a lot of. eisbearg. But they never really finished it. So, but yeah. And so everybody says, oh, you'll love Satisfactory. And I tried it and just did not. I don't know why. So, yeah, I think that's it. The factory games don't get me. I like the ones with, I don't know, personality. It's like the RimWorld especially. You got to deal with the personalities and them losing their minds. And like Jackson in the last stream lost his mind and went on an eating binge. Ate all our food that we had prepared for the winter. Because he went crazy. He got so upset because Cougar ripped his tongue out. So yeah, those kind of things. That doesn't happen in a factory game. So yeah, different spades or however that goes. Yep. Yeah, it's weird because everybody's like, "Oh, you'll love this one," and I thought, you know, based on the stuff that I would, but never enjoyed it. Never enjoyed it. But yeah, it was really weird because I was like, it kind of makes sense. You think I would, but yeah. But I'm kind of a dilettante. It's one of those. In fact, Eve's one of the longest games I've ever spent any time with because I always get bored with games pretty quickly. So, and luckily Eve's got a lot of different things. Like I said, the main reason I left Eve so many times was because of CCP and some of their knee-jerk reactions. But yeah, I always came back. So. Stop that. Oh. Yeah, you're the second or third one that's mentioned Satisfactory to me, and oh yeah, you'll love Satisfactory. I'm like, yeah, I never did. Kind of weird because you would think I would. He's kind of right up that way. Yeah, and Dwarf Fortress same way. You got dwarves and they've got all kinds of weird traits. Personalities. But yeah, it's kind of funny. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. So somebody cleared it out. That's good. I didn't want to be tempted. So, didn't want to be tempted. So yeah, I'm actually working on switching all my stuff away from Stream Elements. I'm not happy with Stream Elements at all. Not happy at all. In fact, I did... You guys see that I did switch out my counter. And so I've got a new counter on there now that's working. Stream Elements still has not fixed theirs after, I think it's been a month now. They have acknowledged that, yes, it's broken, but we'll get to it when we can. I said, well, then I hope you're not upset about me looking elsewhere for my business, so, because that's ridiculous. And of course they didn't even bother to respond to that one, so. Oh, we only got like five more roids in this belt. We're definitely at the dregs. But yeah, so I've been pretty disappointed with them. But that's the other problem. I hate choosing a new provider, because then I got to switch everything over. I'm actually looking at a couple I think Rovendoug gave me, which are pretty nice, that are actually installed on your PC. But they don't do the overlays. So the overlays are really what I want to replace from Stream Elements. And honestly, I'm only using their overlays to display as a blank overlay to display different items on top of everything else. So it seems like it should be something anybody could do. So that's what I've been trying to look for, is finding a way to do it without using one of the web providers. So shutting down the compressor. Okay. Yeah, we're down to the last, what, 3? Yeah. Yeah, because you'll need a couple minutes before you can do it. You might want to compress everything you can now. Yep. Yep, it's already off. But I'm good. Mackinol's the one I didn't get to compress, and it's good. But yeah, you need to shut her down so you can actually move again. I'm actually in the very last belt in the system. So, not sure if we want to go up one or we want to start at the top. I'm good either way. Yeah, I can't move the ship for a long time after it shut down. Yep. Yeah, I remember Jackson telling us the same thing, so it's all good.
The asteroid is depleted.
Oh, there's one Veldspar left. Yeah. Yep. It's one I've been working on forever. It's like endless. Yeah, it doesn't seem huge, but yes, you're right. I've been working on it forever. Kragan has. Yeah, it seems like it. Like I said, Kragen's been working on it forever.
The asteroid is depleted.
That's the end of it.
The asteroid is
And that's the end of that one. Excellent. All right, so let me do this. How much longer you got till you can move? I will take Falstaff and I will go scout. I'm going to go scout out one. So I'm going to scout out the very top belt. Oh, she's ready now. Good. Okay.
active.
I'll leave Kragen here to cover your back. And then once you bug out, then I'll have him join us. I'm scratching up Kragen's paint. Just drug the front of my ship across his bow. So yeah, that's one I was checking out. I just wanted to make sure it actually had some stuff in it. It's got a lot of roids here, so this one should be a good one. A lot of Veldspar, so that'll be good for Blossom. I got one rat that I'm going to take out. So it'll be dead by the time you get here. But yes, feel free to come. And like I said, I'll leave Reagan there for you guys. Cover your back. You can actually warp to me, or here you come. There comes Blossom. I see Marverick. Yep, looks like everybody took off. Alright. Now, I'll join you. Just want to make sure the Orca gets out of here safe. Alright. Everybody's here. But actually, yep, here comes Kragen. I was going to say, everybody but Kragen. He's coming in now. Alrighty. Excellent, excellent. Compression's working. We're all good. Thanks again, Margaret. Let me know what I owe you for fuel. I noticed on here there's also ice harvesting. If you look for ice belts, there's also ice belts that are in high sec. So we can go and try and do one of those one night if we wanted to. Build up on some fuel, maybe keep it here in the station. So then that way we'd always have it. Just pay everybody back, whoever covers. Yeah, but there's a bunch of them here, so. Yeah, I want to always cover for the bonuses and the stuff. Yeah, is the IDO, is that the one you do? Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll set it up as IDO. Oh yeah, I didn't see that one on here. Yeah, it's only 6 jumps away. Yep. Yeah, I think whatever they are, they all give that heavy water. So I know that's what you guys use for fuel, so. I actually need to buy that compression skill and train it, but I haven't brought myself to that yet. I figure you guys got it covered. More than happy to pay you guys for your time. It'd be less than costing me 150 million for the skill. Though I think I spent that today on supplies for other things. Though I think I should have a prorator to sell tomorrow, so that's 140 million that I'll get. Not profit, but those usually sell pretty quick. Need to start generating some more money. I was actually those P4s or those level 4 missions were generating quite a bit, but honestly, the one that made me the most was the one I did that one night with Despair. Those home front mining missions. I mean, I probably made 100 million that night with Kragan and Falstaff. And it really wasn't that long. But I think we did about five sites together. We each made 10 million per site. And then I think we sold the ore that we mined for about another 10 million. So it took me a couple hours to get it all hauled to where they would buy it, but even then, yeah, it was worth it. So yeah, so that might be another one to look into. Because those take 4 or 5 people. Somebody's got to be on shield bonus duty. The other 4 is miners. But yeah, we did really well that one. So. And I heard there's some other home site ones that are pretty profitable too. Home front, that's it. Home front, not home site. Military industry. Yep. Oh, really? It's weird. Yeah, looking at my planetary industry for Craig, and sorry, off screen while you guys were not watching, so I actually did a couple of these guys earlier today, and I set them up for like 9 hours or something.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yep, looks like they already cycled, so that's good. Need more robotics. Always need robotics. Those are ones I always need for everything. Alright, mechanical parts are working. Consumer electronics are working. Robotics. Okay, cool. It's all working. So consumer electronics, those are there. Toxic metals, that's heavy metal. And this one is reactive metals and precious metals. What do we got here? Reactive metals, lots of precious metals, some reactive metals. Base metals, toxic metals. So base metals we've got a lot of. What's this one? Heavy metals. That makes toxic metals. This is the base metals. Let's do this. Oh, we don't want 13. We want to set it back to 21. Really? I made sure it was spread out enough. And it didn't cause problems when I set it up earlier. So I think that's ironic that now it's causing problems. All right, start. Let's go back to 21. There we go. Oh, it's better up there. Yeah, way better. Oh, look at that. Both of them stopped. I should have figured it probably. I thought maybe it was my hole filled up, but it didn't. Yeah, I can't do the planetary economy while I'm mining because my hole fills up. At least I'll get that one started. I gotta switch one of the other ones over. I had a ton of water-cooled CPUs for a long while, and now I finally ran out of those, so now I gotta build some more. So, for my guidance systems and robotics and the transmitters are all used in the when I build drones. Speaking of that, I think I need to invent some more drones. Let's see what jobs. There's the EMP. Here's my cargo hold. Alright, so hammerhead. Oh, no, I still got some. Oh, that one will work. Why didn't I build that?
The asteroid is depleted.
Alright. Still going, good. Why'd I close it? I tell you, some days. So, there's a BPC I want to invent. And resources. Got them both. Do a 10 run. 47%, so that should give me about 4 different ones. So that should give me about 40, maybe 50. Let's work on the time. Work on the time. All right. Doing the shield hardeners, blah, blah, blah. Oh, thermals ×2. I didn't want to do ×2. I must have not lowered it enough. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well.
The asteroid is depleted.
Oh well. Grabbing some new coffee. There you go. That's right. Yeah, it's morning for you. We talked about that before. I don't have a problem with coffee causing me sleep problems, but I usually don't drink it this late. But you're on a different time frame than the rest of us. So what's up, Caviar? So much fun having a server restart every hour. I was just starting to figure things out, so I figured I'd log out and log into Eve. There you go. Server restart every hour. That sounds a little excessive. But thanks for being here tonight. Appreciate it. Alpha testing was what I was told. Yeah. That might explain it. That might explain it. That would definitely work out some bugs. Would definitely work out some bugs. Still, like you said, a bit excessive. Yeah, well, sometimes it's easier to go high on those testings than it is to go low and have somebody say, "Did you really test that?" What's up, milintarctrooper? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I log into Eve and take an hour to figure out what I'm going to do. Yeah, you and me both. You and me both. You and me both. There's so many choices. It's like, well, what am I going to do? What do I feel like today? So many options. Yep. So many options. I think that's what keeps people coming back, though, is because it does have so many options. Gives you a lot of... It's hard to get bored with it. And if you get bored with one thing, you can go and do something else. So, it's kind of nice. Kind of nice. But Millen, thanks for being here. Laughs, hence why my fitting heresy is something. Yep. Yeah, that's the one thing I don't like about Eve, is the fitting. Because, oh my lord, there are so many choices. I always feel like mine's like the stupidest fitting there is. So, like, because I didn't think of everything, because I don't know every single module in the game. So, started logging into my almost 8 a.m. spell point, 8 million spell point alt, and started doing the dailies. Yep, that's what I do. I enjoy the dailies because it kind of keeps it well rounded. Plus 10,000 skill points. Really? You can't. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Not bad at all. But yeah, it's always got a lot of choices. I've been thinking about trying to track down my old wormhole system because I've got some PI in there that's worth a ton. And it really doesn't seem like it's going to be that hard to track down, to be honest. I could track it down myself, which is a little harder. Or I could pay somebody else to track it down, which is almost too easy. So, but I know some other corp is using it as their home now, so it'd have to be one of those where I figure out what times they mess around and go on a different time. Stash an alt there so that I can get in and out again. And keep farming the PI. That would be nice. Or you could be nice and ask, yeah. Yeah, I could try that. The problem is if you ask and they say no, then they know you're going to try to get in and they're going to be watching out for you. But you're right. That would probably be the responsible way to do it. I figure I'll sneak in and get the stuff the first time. And then maybe I'll send them a message and ask if I can have somebody camp out. And then if they say no, I've already got at least the majority of it out that I can sell and make some money. And I can actually look for a different wormhole system. And there's a ton of them that always pop up, so. But they only pop up, you know, once. But I could always stash an Alden there. I mean, there's almost always one that pops up off of Venolin or Ocruline. Or I could sell it to them. That's true, too. That's not a bad idea. They might be interested in that. Yeah, that might be an idea. Yeah, that might be an idea. Yeah, I did think about that. But that's one of the problems in Eve. If you tip your hand early, it eliminates your options. So you got to decide if that's really worth it or not. But yeah, that probably is the better way. So, like I said, they'd probably be shocked that somebody still has PI in their system after all this time, because I haven't been in that wormhole system probably in 10 years, so it's kind of weird that it's actually still even there. So, but yeah, if I sell it to them, if they're interested in buying it, that would be even better. So then I could probably just cut out the middleman. So but yeah, a lot of times it's hard to find somebody in a wormhole system that'll make that kind of deal with you, because they're too busy trying to protect it from anybody finding out how to get in and all that stuff. So actually giving that information to somebody is highly unlikely. I checked those planets though, and it doesn't look like anybody else has anything set up on any of them. Kragan is the one. He's got 5 planets in the wormhole system that he's got set up with PI, and they're highly I mean, the landing or the launch pads are all full, cargo's all full, the warehouse is all full. So yeah, and it doesn't look like there's anybody else on the planet that's even doing any PI, so maybe they're not interested in PI. Uh-oh, we lost Marverick. Hopefully he didn't get disconnected. Yeah, he must have got disconnected. Yeah, he's been having a lot of connection problems lately, so yeah, he's warping away. Warping to a safe spot. We'll see. Maybe the rest of us will start disconnecting here quickly. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. No, I accidentally closed out the Eve window. I hate when I do that. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Hey, there's a rat. Where did he come from? Silly rat. Tricks are for kids.
The asteroid is depleted.
No more rat. No more rat. He was kind of weird. Had 2 accounts lose connection while a third was fine. Yeah, and I've had that. I've had it that way. I've got the 2 accounts, and I've had one lose and one stay on, which makes no sense. But yeah, it's sometimes that's the way it works. So. Take the good with the bad. Take the good with the bad. But yeah, I've had that happen too, so. Yeah, last week was the first time I've ever on stream lost connection, which was really weird. And I think that's what happened. I think Falstaff lost connection, but Kragan was still connected. I can't remember if it was both or that, but SwitchHitGames, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Always good to see a fellow Ever. Yeah. And you're right, it probably is a node issue, but you would think, since I'm in the same place with the 2 running on the same box, I'm multi-boxing here, you would think one of them would, you would think I'd be hitting the same node, but maybe not, you know. A lot of it depends on load balancing and that kind of stuff, so, you know. But yeah. And then sometimes I wonder if they're just sitting there, you know, going, you know, super bored. You're like, hey, let's just shut down this node and see how many people complain. Just turn this thing off. What happens if I hit this switch? What happens if I hit this switch? But yeah. Sometimes you wonder. Like, really? What does this button do? Yep. It used to be a joke we had. So I've been with the same company almost 25 years. And it's funny because back in the day we would have issues that really couldn't be explained. It's just like something strange happened. All of our apps would all lose connectivity all at once, and it'd be like, what's going on? And so we would assume, you know, it had to be something information security wise. So we'd reach out to them and say, hey, you know, is anything going on? You guys have anything happen, or, you know? And they say, no, nothing happened, but try it now. And of course, it's back working again. And so then, of course, we'd pin them down and say, well, what did you do? Well, we didn't do nothing. You know, we just told you to retry it, you know. Kind of like rebooting your computer. Sometimes you just got to do it, you know. And it's like, yeah, right. You know, as soon as we contacted you, their intern is a robo-exoskeleton run by intergalactic sentient hamsters trying to free their imprisoned brethren at CCP. But that isn't, yep. But yeah, it's one of those. It's so yeah, that was our big theory, was we always say, you know, try it now. Try it now. No, we didn't do nothing, but try it now. Try it now. Because that was their response. Well, try it now. And sure enough, it was always back up, you know. And now with our change management process and all that stuff, and, you know, covering our rear end and you know, they can't get away with that crap anymore. They can't make changes in the middle of the day and that kind of stuff. But yeah, back in the day, they used to do that. And no, we didn't do nothing. But try it now. And sure as hell, it would be right back up again. Like, what did you do? We didn't do nothing. We didn't do nothing. We just told you to try it again. But yeah, it was so funny. So yeah, that was our... Try it now. Try it now. Hey, it's working again. What you do? No, we didn't do nothing. Yeah, right. It's like you call them and they were like, kind of the same thing. What's this button do? And then somebody calls, hey, everything's down. Oh, crap. Switch the button back. Try now. Hey, what did you do? Oh, we didn't do nothing. We were just bored and weren't sure what that button did. So let's see if anybody complains. But yeah, what are you going to do? We come a long way. We come a long way. We had one, and I still can't get this. But we had one that worked for us that had done something that they shouldn't have. And, you know, it happens, you know. And they did something they shouldn't have. And, of course, they've got everything logged. So they were like, hey, do you know who did this? And they were, of course, like, no. And we were like, are you sure? And they're like, yeah. And they're like, well. So then they showed her the logs that had her login right there, you know. And says, well, it shows the login right there. Do you know whose login that is? And she said, no, I don't know whose login it is. Of course, it was hers. And they said, are you sure? You don't know whose login that is? And she's like, no. And they're like, all right, go pack up your desk. They gave you more than enough opportunities to own up to this. That's your login, and you know it's your login. If you can't even take credit after we pointed it out to you, you know, not take credit, but at least own up to it after we pointed it out to you, then you're fired. But it was like they gave her so many opportunities to come clean. No, I don't know whose login that is. Really? It's like... Now, it's ironic because her husband worked there. And her husband got fired like the week before for doing something very similar. So you would think, hey, when he went this route, it didn't work out well. Maybe I should try a different route. Maybe I should actually own up to it. And it's funny because I've told my coworkers, I have made some of the worst mistakes in the history of mistakes, okay? But as soon as I made it, I called somebody and said, hey, I think I did something here that shouldn't have been right. And they're like, you did what? And, you know, didn't really take credit for it, but took full responsibility for it. And for that reason, I'm still employed. And it's kind of like, you know, but it's like, yeah, you can't teach the rest of them anything because they're like, you know. But yeah, I couldn't believe that one. They said, yeah, I knew the manager that she worked for. And he said, yeah, I passed her the printout with the logs on it, with her ID highlighted. and said, well, it shows this user is the one who did it. Do you know who that user is? And she's like, no. Really? I mean, you're caught, okay? I mean, at that point, what do you got to lose, right? Oh, crap, that's my user ID. How the hell's that there? You know? But the fact that she was like, no, I don't know whose user that is. Like, really? Like, yeah, get out. HR escorted her from the building. Like, oh, for crying out loud. You know, and I work for a bank. So it's one of those where it's like, yeah, you're definitely not going to get by with lying. Not when it comes to bankers. But yeah, it was just, still floors me. Of course, then again, well, we haven't had any lately, but for years we still had people getting fired for porn, for downloading porn at work. Like, really? I mean, how dumb can you be? Our information security people actually leave the porn sites open so that people can go to them, so then they can fire them. They won't let me get to my personal email, okay, from work. But they leave the porn sites open, so if you go to a porn site, they can fire you. It's like, and people still do it. I'm like, how dumb can you be? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, really? That's why I said, they're still falling for that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They said they still fire at least one a year for that. And it's like, you gotta be kidding me. Because surely the word's got out by now that, hey, maybe you should try not to do that habit at the work. Okay? Maybe. Just a theory, but yeah, no. But yeah, what are you gonna do? Oh, when I worked, so before I worked for the bank, I actually worked for the Department of Defense, which was the worst. You'd be surprised how slow people can be. You know, I wouldn't. Because, yeah, it's... I mean... Yeah, that's a whole different issue. But, yeah, when I worked at the Department of Defense, I mean, that was the worst. I mean, first of all, this was one of those jobs where it was kind of like, you know, I'm to the point, it is so boring, so worthless, that I'm like, I got to do something else. This is crazy, right? Working for, they just look busy. You need to look busy. Like, no, I don't look busy. I want to be busy. Oh no, well, we don't have any work, so you need to look busy. But it was funny because the guy there, so I was a contractor working for the Department of Defense. I had triple secret clearance, you know, guy named Bond with super secret clearance. That's always, you know, sketchy. But a guy that sat behind me actually worked for the Department of Defense. He was an actual employee. And every day, hey Ron, look at this one. Look at this one. Just downloading porn all day long. And I'm like, stop including me in this. Stop. I don't want to look. Stop. We had women that worked in the office with us. And I'm like, come on, man. Oh, no, this is a good one. This is a good one. Yeah, no.
The asteroid is depleted.
I mean, out of your mind. But I guess that's what happens when they tell you to look busy. We don't have anything to keep you busy. I remember one of the first things they gave me there to do, I wrote scanner drivers. They hired me as a scanner expert. Scanner driver expert. And I wrote scanner drivers, and they hired me as a scanner expert. And I came in, and they said, hey, we need this driver written for this scanner, you know, blah, blah, blah. And this was 30 years ago, so... And I'm like, okay. And they said, I said, well, it'll probably take me like probably 5 or 6 hours to write the driver. Probably give me another 5 hours to test it, make sure everything's good, and then you guys can throw it out to the QA team and let them do what they want to do it. And like, oh no, we've allocated like 7 weeks for you to write this driver. And I'm like, 7 weeks? I mean, who was writing your drivers before you hired me? I mean, for crying out loud. It's a scanner driver. It's not rocket science. It's a scanner driver, for Christ's sake. They're like, oh no, we allocate 7 weeks, and we need you to take the whole 7 weeks. Like, what? The job doesn't take 7 weeks. Well, we need you to take the 7 weeks, because that's what we allocated. And so we need you to actually take the 7 weeks to write the driver. And I'm like, but it doesn't take 7 weeks to write a scanner driver. Well, we need it to take 7 weeks. And I'm like, okay, I'm not understanding. Am I the dense one? No, we need it to take 7 weeks because that's what we allocated. And I'm like, well, I really, obviously you allocated incorrectly because it's not a 7-week job. No, we need it to take 7 weeks. And I think that's where the whole thing with the toilet seat costs, the hammer costs, what, $5,000 and, government. And I'm like, but yeah, it was a lot of that kind of crap. Just look busy. Look busy. We don't really have any work for you. I remember when they hired me, I had 2 years working for a scanner company when they hired me. And they hired me as a scanner expert. And I'm like, I'm not really comfortable with this title. And my boss was one of the better ones, the guy that I was contracted to work for. And so he actually he said, hey, he got on the intercom and he called somebody in the office. And he said, hey, come in here. And so he said, hey, this is Ron. We just hired him. He's our new scanner expert and blah blah blah. He says, tell him what you do. And he said, he said, well, yeah. He said, I'm a scanner expert too. And I said, oh, really? I said, so how many scanner drivers have you written? He says, oh, I haven't written any scanner drivers yet. He said, I've been working here like 15 years. And I went, what? And so my boss said, you get my point?
The asteroid is depleted.
And so I'm like, are you guys serious? He's like, yeah. So we call everybody a scanner expert. And I'm like, well, that's stupid. Yeah, well, regardless, it's the government. Doesn't matter whether they're stupid. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to do well here. And sure enough, I think I worked for him 8 months before I was like, yeah, I got to find something else or I'm going to blow my brains out. Because it was the look busy. It did take 7 weeks to write something that should take 5 or 6 hours. Like, what? Complete waste of money. And so the project that I was on, yeah, good enough for the government. Yep. The project I was on was actually to eliminate all the paper in the government. Now this was 35 years ago. And they have yet to eliminate all the paper in the government. I'm sure it's probably my fault because I left after 8 months and I just didn't get the job done. But, But yeah. It was ridiculous. And it was just like, man. I had one job. Yep. Let me get. They wrote up a study on saving paper on paper. That's exactly it. They had us doing a ton of documentation and printing it out. And I'm like, aren't we supposed to be saving paper? Well, we'll get to that. Really? And then it would be so bad that they'd have us write the documentation, print it out, send it to a committee to read, and then they'd have us delete the documentation and start over and rewrite it. Like, okay, let's rewrite it. Because we don't have anything to do, so let's rewrite it. They're like, we just wrote it. Yeah, we deleted that. Let's start over. Yeah. And it's just like, what? And so, yeah, I was just like, sorry, guy, I don't think I can work here. I really don't think I can work here, because I'm starting to understand now why our government is so dysfunctional. I really am. Really am. But it's actually the job that moved me here to Kansas City, so I'm thankful for that. But like I said, I think I lasted 8 months with him, and I was like, yeah, I gotta go. Sorry. I was like, this is crazy. Ironically, if I'd have stayed with them the 24 years, I'd have a huge pension. But I think you probably earned that pension just by dealing with all the insanity. Because it's like, I can't do this. I really can't do this. This is crazy. Job security in mind. You get the job done the first time right way, and everyone comes to, yep. I had a buddy who worked at the FAA, and so he actually has living off of his pension now. Retired, living off his pension, not even touching his 401k. He's got such a huge pension from the government. And I knew him 20 plus years, and the whole time I knew him, I have no idea what he does. I think he writes reports of some kind, but he would literally tell everybody that, hey, it's going to take 6-8 weeks to write this report. So they would just, okay, and he would do it whenever and get back to it. And it was just like, and he did that for 20 some years. And yep, and that was it. And he was perfectly fine with it because he really didn't care. He would actually take DVDs to work and watch movies all day long. And I'm like, don't you really have work to do? He says, yeah, but nobody really knows what I do. So when they ask me to do something, I give them some outrageous time frame. And they're like, okay. And then I do it in 5 or 10 minutes. And then I don't deliver it to them for a month. And so, right. And that's what he said. He said he loved it. And I'm like, I can't do that. I can't do that. I'm like, that's not going to work for me. I need something to do. I mean, granted, I don't want to be killing myself, but I need to at least have something to do. And he loved it. Like I said, he made a very good living. But yeah, that was it. I can't be bored. Because bored, I'm just watching, and that's what I did at the government. I just watched the clock all day. And it's like, now maybe if we were working from home all the time, because back then we weren't. We were in the office, but especially for government work. But yeah, if I were home all day, then maybe it wouldn't be so big of a deal because I could keep myself busy with something else, but distract myself with something else. But yeah, being in the office and not having anything to do to at least make the day go by fast was just kind of like torture. But he was like, yeah, I just take movies in. I'm like, so they don't mind you watching movies at your desk? He says, well, he worked here in Kansas City. His boss was in Washington, D.C. And so he said, I've never met my boss. So he doesn't know what I'm doing. And nobody around me really knows what I do. So, they don't realize that watching movies is not my job. And I'm like, surely they know watching movies is not your job. Right? You work for the government. But yeah. And so he just, it was no big deal. Watch movies every day. And I'm like, wow. But yeah, that's where I'm at. It's just super boring. Super boring. And I'm like, yeah, I can't deal with it. I need something that at least, if it doesn't keep me busy, at least keeps me excited, Keeps me interested. And so, but yeah, he was the exact opposite, so. But I'm pretty sure he's seen every movie ever made. No. But yeah, it was funny. Watching a movie is critical. Yeah, that's what he said. He said, well, they don't know that watching movies is not my job. I'm like, surely you're working for the FAA, you know, the Flight Aviation Administration, okay? Watching movies, you know, you're watching Happy Gilmore, okay? No way, shape, or form related to flying, you know? You know. And I'm like, he said, yeah. And I'm just like, okay. That's why I said, do you have an office with the door that shuts, you know, where nobody can see your screen? He said, no, I'm in a cubicle. Everybody can see my screen. And I'm like, okay, I really don't understand. They don't know what I do. They don't know who I report to. So they're like, yeah, we don't want to report him because, you know, maybe he's higher on the food chain than us. And I'm like, and you're okay with that? He's like, yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm like, okay. But yeah, it's just weird. Like I said, kind of like the guy at the Department of Defense. I work for the Department of Defense. That was the one I worked for, and downloading porn all day. So and that was his line. Well, they told me to keep busy. Yeah, they did tell us to look busy. They did tell us that. I don't think this is what they meant, but then again, they never got fired. So maybe it is. But I was like, but yeah, I couldn't do it. So yeah, like I said, I lasted about 8 months with the Department of Defense. It was like I had super high clearance, and I was a contractor, and I was one of the contractors with the highest clearance, because they usually didn't give that kind of clearance to a contractor. And it was just, but it was like, yeah, I can't do this. I'm like, you guys are killing me. Literally. But yeah, I think that's what he did. I think you're right, Caviar. I think he convinced them that watching Happy Gilmore was critical research to the Flight Administration of Aviation, you know? Flight Aviation Administration. And I guess it worked. Like I said, he retired from there after 30 years. Oh, that was another one that really got him. So there were a few times where the government had to shut down. Like I said, this is a good friend of mine. So there were a few times that the government had to shut down. And when the government shut down, his contract was written that he could not be denied from working. So when the government shut down, he would take PTO because the government was shut down. So he'd take PTO to get paid. Well, then they would investigate, and 2 weeks later, they would see, because of his contract said he couldn't be denied from working, they would pay him because he couldn't be kept from working, even though the government shut down, because that's the way his contract was written. And furthermore, they said because they breached his contract, he got paid double. So he would get single pay for his PTO and then double pay for his back pay because the government shut down. And I'm like, okay, those are auto lancers. Don't shoot those.
The asteroid is defeated.
But I said, so let me get this straight. We shut the government down because we don't have any money. And now you've been paid triple pay. How is that solving our money problem? And he said, yeah, and I'm not the only one who has this contract. He said, most of us have this contract. And I'm like, that makes 0 sense. And he's like, I didn't say it made sense. And I'm like, yeah, but you're taking advantage of it. He said, no. I'm, they gave me pay. I'm not giving it back to them. And I'm like, okay, well, I can understand that. If my company paid me extra, I sure wouldn't return it. But he's like, and I didn't tell him to shut down the government. He says, they warned Congress that, they were going to shut down the government. It was going to be a problem. They didn't warn him that it was going to actually cost more if they shut down the government. But, it costs more when it's shut down than when it's actually running. So, and that happened probably 2 or 3 times in the 20 years I knew him. At least twice. And he was like super excited because he's like, after the first time, he didn't realize it was going to happen the first time. So he took the PTO. And so then when it happened the second time, he's like, I'm not taking PTO. They're just going to give me double pay anyway. So I'll just wait for the backdated check. And sure enough, he got double pay because of his contract. And I'm like, that's just crazy. Like, I didn't make the rules. I'm just taking advantage of them. I'm like, okay, you definitely are taking advantage of them. I'll give you credit for that. But honestly, now, he's retired here in America, which I can't afford to retire in America. He's retired here in America, living off of his pension from the government, not even touching his 401k, which is pretty good. So I guess struggling, if I'd have struggled through working for the Department of Defense, I'd have probably been set. But yeah, I couldn't do it. But yeah, I still cut. That one floored me with the whole government shutdown. Ended up costing even more. I'm like, that makes 0 sense. He's like, well, I didn't say it made sense. It's the government. If you're expecting the government to make sense, then you're a bigger idiot than they are. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll give you credit for that one. But yeah. So yeah, he ended up, because of the way his contract was written, he ended up getting double pay because they wouldn't let him work. And I'm like, I said, so what if, that's what I asked him. We started a whole bunch of hypotheticals. So what happens if you get fired? I mean, technically they're preventing you from working. Does your contract prevent you from being fired? Because that's a pretty good contract. I need to get one like that for me. But yeah, the things you learn about the government when you have a friend that works for them, you know, or when you work for them, like I said, because my experience, my 8-month experience with them was very enlightening. Like, yeah. You know, but it's funny. I really can't complain because they took me from what turned out to be a dead-end job on the East Coast, moved me to Kansas City, like tripled my salary, and put me in a much better place of, you know, cost of living place. And so all around it was a super good deal for me. And like I said, I only had to put up with him for 8 months before I was able to move on to more interesting and better things, but they're the ones who actually helped me make the move to get out here. So, but yeah, it was funny because yeah, it was like the insanity. It's like, you gotta be kidding me. I really want to kill those auto lancers. I really do. It's like they're immune. I wonder if it's the same as Rose was talking about before. Where if you find their home base, then you can maybe kill them. They're the ones that I lost my my Astero to. So, oh, they disappeared. They just took off. Man, that was weird. That was quick. I didn't even see them spin up their velocity. Maybe they used a filament. But yeah, I was somewhere. I wasn't back very long, and I was somewhere, and I saw them at a gate. And I thought, oh, I'll do a public service. I'll clear out the gate. And yeah, well, that's what it looks like, because it said that they had like 90% across the board for all damage types. So It'd probably be one of those where you'd have to have like a fleet. And maybe focus on taking them out with a whole group of people. But still, even then. Because they do some major damage. Because I remember when I did my Astero, I attacked him with the Astero thinking that I was invincible in the Astero. And they stripped that thing down to parts really quick. And then I came back with, I think, a battleship. Or probably a battle cruiser, thinking, okay, well, let me bring something in a little heavier. And they went right through that too, and I'm like, okay, something's not right here. And then somebody said, hey, don't shoot those. They won't attack you unless you shoot them. But once you shoot them, you're pretty much fair game. They'll hunt you down the whole time you're in the system. And I was like, well, that sucks. But yeah. Those lessons you learn the hard way. Maybe we'll do that one night. Maybe we'll see if we can get a fleet together to take them out. I never can find them when I want to find them. They only show up when I don't want to find them. And they must have used a filament because they didn't, their velocity never went up. They just kind of jumped. If you manage to kill one, it's a sexy kill. Well, that's kind of what I thought. And that's kind of why, like, maybe we get a fleet together and see if we can hunt some down one night. They'll just respawn, so. But it'd be a nice thing to have on our resume. Hey, we took out the auto lancers, you know. Not something everybody can say. But yeah, like you said, you're going to have a pretty nasty fleet to be able to generate enough DPS. Because it shows both their shield and armor are, I think the shields were 80, 90% resist. And once you get to the structure, then it was only like 7%. But you got to generate enough damage to get to that. Which is kind of rough. Huh. Oh, that's not what I wanted. But yeah. So it might be worth it from that perspective to just be able to say you had killed it. But yeah, no, I think you need multiple Logi and active tankers with enough DPS to break their tank, yeah. Yeah, because that tank is huge. And they're always in threes, that's the other thing. So you might be able to break it on one, but the other two are going to take you out. So yeah, that's rough. I think we had somebody a couple weeks ago in our event that actually shot at him. Didn't realize it and kind of went after him with their drones or something, and then they had to leave the system in order to get him to stop hunting them. I don't remember who that was. But yeah. But that's kind of the way I am. As soon as I see them pop up, I'm like, uh-oh. But luckily, they're cruisers, and I'm like, the rats aren't usually cruisers, so that helps.
The asteroid is defeated.
But yeah, that would be. I would like to be able to take out one once, just to be able to say I did, but that's a whole different issue. Get revenge for my Astero, because I still haven't rebuilt that one. Trying to buy a BPC for an Astero. That's outrageous. Cost almost as much as just buying the Astero, for crying out loud. Lost connection again? Man, sorry about that. I was experimenting earlier with a dummy fit that I got to about 250k EHP, and it had like about 85k hull alone. Well, that's good. Yeah, so we're losing. So yeah, first, actually, Marverick, he said he closed his on his own. So, but I'm curious now if the rest of us will get disconnected here over the course of the next 5 to 10 minutes. And I'm back online. Good job. So yeah, you didn't even teleport out. Here, let me send you an invite. There you go. Good as new. Yeah, you didn't even teleport out. So, or warp out, I should say, not teleport. So you got back online in record time. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of those too. Somebody back there saying, what's this button do? Try it now. Try it now. No, we didn't do nothing. Try it now. Try it now. Oh, excuse me. Stop that. All right. You're going to get in trouble with the wife again if you keep being up that late. Yeah, I know. Well, she did mention that earlier. She said, hey, you're not working tomorrow, so what time are you going to come to bed? And I'm like, it'll probably be around the same time. Give or take. The real key is if she has to get out of bed to come look for me, because then there's hell to pay. So hopefully it should be good here at least till, so it's like 1 now. So I'm probably good at least till 2. I think she actually came out at like 4 a.m. when the night she came out. She was furious. Which, that was a little later than it probably should have been. But I'm not working the next day. Who cares? But yeah. She claims she doesn't sleep very well when I'm not in bed with her. But every time I go to bed, she is snoring like a chainsaw. So I think she sleeps better when I'm not there. Because when I am there, I'm always fighting her for the covers and everything else. It's official spooky month. Yep. Yeah, I can't believe it's October. My goodness. Time is flying by. Flying by. Excuse me. Of course, it's not helping that I'm yawning every 15 minutes, too. Spooky month, huh? Oh shit, I just realized my birthday countdown started. Your birthday countdown until 20? Wow. Wish I could remember 20. We'll have to do something special for your birthday, Blossom. We'll have a special event that day where we all show skin. Sorry, that was wrong. Funny, but wrong. Unfortunately, it was also during the ad, so probably a couple people didn't catch it. Damn, that was a good joke. My birthday is on the 19th, and I'll be 20. There you go. 19th, and you'll be 20. Oh, that's pretty good. That was a good joke. I'm taking credit for that one. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll get a nice pink skin for my Hulk or my Pro Raider or something, and fly around with that big display. We'll zoom it all the way in so you guys can see it, you know? Something in honor of Blossom. 20, that feels... Yeah, it does. It was a lifetime ago. To be perfectly honest, it was a lifetime ago. That's the ironic part. It was a lifetime ago. Was a lifetime ago. All right. No more rats. Oh, look how it lit up nice and pretty. Wow, that one really blew up. Here's a couple more for your MTU, Maverick. Yep, it's sucking them in. I think I lost one over here. Yep. Oh my goodness, I lost both.
The asteroid is defeated.
Of course it is. Yeah, Hobgoblins, the MVP. Yep. Actually, mine are hammerheads, but yep, Hobgoblins are a little bit quicker. Especially for these rats. Hobgoblins do the job. Oh, you know what? No, I think mine are Hobgoblins now, I should think about it. Nope, mine are hammerheads. Mine are hammerheads. On my venture, I can't get the hammerhead, so I have to do the Hobgoblins. But yeah, these rats are... Hobgoblins are faster, so... Yep. Yeah, I think after we're done this one, I'm probably going to call it a night. So, but yeah, we're pretty close. That way I still get to bed at a decent hour. We don't have any meltdowns. Because that's the other problem. Once she melts down, then she can't get back to sleep. Then it's my fault that she's tired at work tomorrow. And, you know, even though I'm off. So, And then she gets really pissed at me because after she melts down, I fall asleep 5 seconds later right next to her and start snoring. And she's like, couldn't sleep because you were snoring. If you'd have just stayed asleep instead of come looking for me, you'd have been fine. She always says the dogs were upset. Like, the dogs didn't have any idea I wasn't in bed. They were sleeping in my spots. So they probably knew I wasn't there, but they were enjoying the extra room. So, still got AK hobgoblins I made for some reason. Yep. $8,000 hobgoblins? You ought to be able to sell those. That's a lot of hobgoblins. Yeah, I don't usually make that many. Maybe you misunderstood it like the ammo. Yeah, exactly. Maybe you misunderstood it like the ammo. Because the ammo, it's always building like 100. So I always say 1 and then end up with 100. And I'm like, ah, crap. I need to do 30. And then maybe I, you know, then you with your hobgoblins, you said 30 when you really, you know. Are you sure the rogue drones haven't hijacked your factory yet? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 8,000 hobgoblins. Yeah, you definitely need to sell those. You should be able to make a pretty good chunk of change on those. On the plus side, I don't have to worry about running out of those for a while. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That is true. Definitely won't need to build any of those for a while. Definitely won't need to build any of those for a little while. I've actually found myself just only building tier 2 stuff from now on, so. At least when it comes to the drones. But you need the tier 1s in order to build the tier 2s, so that way you'd at least have enough to build them, so. You know what is funny? Hobgoblins are the worst tracking. I have seen a capsule actually dodge hobgoblins. Yeah. Yep. So Drachenhort said, yep, need them for the T2s. So, yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I think the reason their tracking is so bad is because they're so fast. So they actually, it's kind of like when you turn on your micro warp drive and you fly past what you're approaching. You know, it's kind of the same thing. Because they're so fast, they end up flying past it, missing it. But they are the fastest. Where every once in a while I throw an ogre in there, and those ogres are slow as molasses.
Asteroid is depleted.
And they're always the ones that get targeted too. And it's like, all right, come on back. Come on back. Hour later, come on back. Still working on it. It's like, come on. You can do it. What's up, EIS? AK, you never need them. Yep, yep. Yeah, 8,000. That's a lot.
The asteroid is depleted.
Man, they're really dropping like flies now. Yeah, we don't have very many left. So, yeah, we'll finish this belt off, and then we'll call it a night. Tokyo Drifties. Hobbs never failed me. Never saw much different from the others anyhow. Yep, yep. I feel like I've way too much stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see, I'm the exact opposite. I always go with the hammerheads, and I really don't know why. It was just, for some reason, they caught my attention, and that's why I built hammerheads for them. Every once, like I said, I'll throw a couple hobgoblins in there, just if I need something a little faster. And then I'll throw some ogres in there if if I need something to sacrifice. Reminds me when I started building drones, somehow I missed the amount of ingredients too. Yeah, yeah. The hobbies are breaking ankles and hearts. They got a need for speed. Yep, yep. They are definitely the fastest. But yeah, I think that's why their tracking is so poor. Because it's like when you, like I said, it's just like when you hit your micro warp drive and you end up flying past what you're trying to go to. It's like, I can't slow down fast enough. Don't want to run into it. So I'll just fly past it. Yeah, we're almost done with this belt. Holy cow. Holy cow. Well, that's good. We'll call it a night after we finish up the belt. Jackson says he'll be here tomorrow night. So, though tomorrow night's a late one since I have bowling. So I'll be an hour late. Remind you guys, so you don't panic when I don't show up. My bowling always makes me late. The old fat guy sport. I've lost count of how many times I've Tokyo drifted because I flew a mile past what I was trying to break. Yep, yep. Yeah, and that one's all that really frustrates me. Because I use the micro warp drive to get there faster. But my thought is, okay, you see I'm approaching. We should, you know, work it out. I'm saying approach it, so the computer should be smart enough to say, okay, I need to slow down now. Like, nope, just keep going full barrel. There's one. Better Off Dead. That's another movie reference. No brakes on this PC. Yep, yep. Better Off Dead. Here's what you do. Go that way. Really fast. If something gets in your way, turn. That's John Cusack. John Cusack, when he was a kid. Kid actor. Only when you find a Halo implant player, then you realize that kind of insanity starts up. Yep, yep. Hobbs never failed me. Honestly, though, I think I stick with the hammerheads because I just don't want to have to mess with the drones the same way I mess with the shield hardeners. Shrinking ship's so funny, especially when drones don't connect. Yep, yep. But yeah, if I switched out my drones for every single mission as well, that what a nightmare. But, you know, I probably should. But yeah, I never do that. I'm actually anxious to use the Megathron. See if I can do the level 4s a little quicker. With my sniping rail guns from 150 kilometers. Pew, pew. Oh my goodness. Where did all my asteroids go? Well, that's it for Veldspar. That's it for Veldspar. Just plague left. It's a plague on humanity. Plague on humanity. What would you do if some sort of weird mutagenic mining crystal was in your hands and you can change the ore? Yeah. I don't know. Would be nice. Would be nice. Because I very rarely need what we're mining. So like now, I need pyrite, which is in the scordite, which I got a bunch of, and I need Nox, which there's no Nox here at all. So from that perspective, it would be nice to be able to have the mining crystal actually convert something. So what to do now in Eve? I could continue SOE Epic Arc, but for what reason? I am a nice guy, do not need to fix standings. Yeah, and it really doesn't, that Epic Arc really doesn't make you very much money. So if it made you more money, it would be worth it. But it does, I think it does give you loyalty points with Sisters of Eve, which is kind of nice. So yeah, I always need Nox too. Nox is, it used to be Isogen. I used to always be out of Isogen. Now for some reason I'm always out of Nox. So, but that's what I do the Empire belts for. The Empire belts are nice for picking up Nox and Isogen. So, and that's always kind of like a space race, you know? Like, hey, this one's not gonna last very long. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
The asteroid is depleted.
Go, 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 go. You should see null low mining and OMS. Yeah. You are too late. I sold it already. Sorry. Yep. Well, I think one crystal for acceleration, better minerals, upgrading, but mutagenic and abyssal stuff, and then synthesis for swapping stuff around. Yeah. That would be good. Mordunium is one of my preferred items to snag. See, and I don't know that I've ever actually snagged that one. That's one of the abyssal ones? Yeah. I had this Fountain of Nox because of mission running and reprocessing. Yeah, and that's where I get a lot of my Nox too. Is from the loot that I reprocess. And I really need to go through and sort my stuff again and, you know, get rid of the 11 shield hardeners that I have, and reprocess half of those. So but I did buy this past week, I bought shield hardeners for every type, tier 1, and I'm researching them up now, and then I'm going to make copies and then invent the tier 2s. And so once the tier 2s are there, I'll need those shield hardeners in order to build the tier 2s. So do not build mining crystals as they consume a lot of Nox. Yeah, they do. And honestly, you're really not saving a whole lot of money, to be perfectly honest. So they're probably just as cheap to buy. So Alos to Anos is H-Et or Pratt. Cool. Yep, pretty cool. Yep. But yeah, those Empire belts is what we've been doing, and they're actually pretty awesome. So I like those. All right, we're down to the last couple. Down to the last couple. Down to the last couple. I remember when we had special sights in high sec, get Crocite. Yep. Yep. Back in the day. Not anymore. And not technically, I guess, the Empire sites, the Empire border sites are in high sec, and they have a type of Crocite. They've got Jet Umber, and then they've got a type of Crocite. So, but they've got like one roid in each belt. That's that. So you got to get there quick if you want it. So those are the ones I usually start with. That's the other problem I don't like about the Empire belts and using minor crystals is I got to switch my crystals 3 times in the belt. So. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, that one, yeah, those would have had multiple asteroids. So, yeah, so they were definitely worth it. So, but, yeah. But, yeah, it's... But, honestly, I haven't been in a wormhole. I haven't been in a wormhole probably in 3 weeks. Yep, yep. Yep. It used to be the fun part. You'd scan them down, then you'd mine them. And you know, you were the only one there because you're the one who scanned it down, you know. It was kind of nice, but they removed those. Yep. Yeah, now they're all public, which just makes it too easy. Too easy. My goodness, these things are disappearing faster than I can do them. Oh, that's it. We got them all targeted. All right, last couple. All right, stack these guys up. All right, Marverick, you better start shutting her down. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to fly for a half an hour. But yeah, I was a little upset when they changed that one too. So I enjoyed scanning them down, and that kept out the riffraff. So yeah, 2 minutes isn't that bad. I'll guard your back for 2 minutes. There's one.
The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid.
There's the other one. All right. Let's see if I can compress this stuff quick. All right, I got everything compressed. I'll sit here and guard your back till you can fly. Oh, no worries. Thank you. Like I said, let me know what I owe you for the fuel. I can pay you in ore. I can pay you in cash. I can pay you in whatever. And I always want to at least take care of the fuel for the compression and all that. So it's not a drain on you guys. So anytime, Blossom, you're always welcome. Always welcome, and we'll put something together for your birthday. So you'll turn 20 on the 19th, so we'll definitely put something together. I need to check though. Is the 19th one day I stream? The 19th. The 19th is a Sunday, so yes. So there you go. Yeah, I think Drachenhort was going to do the same thing. So but yeah, the 19th is a Sunday, so we should be able to cover you with a stream. It'll be all good. Two days. Oh. MR shuttle. Actually, I already got an antimatter large. Looks like I already bought an antimatter large from you, Marverick. I didn't even realize it. I wonder if I got an iron one. Yep, I got an iron large too, and they're fully researched, so that must have came from you. So I never fully research everything. All right. The orca's gone, so I'm going to go ahead and dock up. Lovely conversation as far what to pay, or we'll be fine. All right, let me know how much you want. Actually, let's go to the station and I'll pay you. Let's go to the station and I'll pay you. Dock, dock, dock. Dock, dock, dock.
Active.
Dock, dock, dock. Dock, dock, dock. It's nice there's only one here, so. Yeah, conversations are always the fun part. So that's what I love about this streaming is I was probably going to play games and I was probably going to swear to myself and talk to myself. So it's kind of nice having you guys to talk to. So I appreciate that. So goes a long way. Goes a long way.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So thanks for that. Thanks for the fleet. I always enjoy these mining events. So not only do I get a ton of ore, but works out good. So what ore are you looking for, Marverick? You want me to trade it to you, or I guess it's going to be you. I don't see Grandma. What kind you want? I pretty much got some of everything, so let me know what you want. Item. Scordite will work. Excellent. All right. Feldspar, Feldspar, Feldspar. There you go. Will that cover it? If not, let me know, because I think Falstaff's probably got some more. So, all right. No, thank you. Appreciate it. Actually, I'm going to trade all this to Falstaff, since he's the guy who's shipping all the stuff. Let's drag this here. And some scrap metal. All good. All good, all good, all good. All right, everybody. Well, thank you for that. Actually, let me give it another 9 seconds for the ads to stop. And then we'll see about finding. I'm hoping I got a decent amount of Trip, Pyrite, and Mexa. You should have. That was 2 belts we killed. So let me check and see who we got out here to raid. Last time I checked, there was absolutely nobody online. Nobody. There's still nobody online. That is crazy. That is literally crazy. Nobody that I follow is online. Not a one. That is too weird. So do you guys got anyone you see out there that looks good? There's XD8859. Says he's working towards ePartner. Everything's in English, so says no backseating though. There's a guy named Sniper Wolf, which would usually work, but his stream explanation is in a foreign language, so probably won't be somebody we can understand. So XD8859 it is. Excellent. I wasn't there entirely for both belts. That's true, but still, you should have got a good chunk. Should have got a good chunk. So raid XD8859. There we go. All right. Excellent. Well, thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for fleeting. And once again, reminder that Tuesday night I will start an hour later, so 10:30 Central, which is 11:30 Eastern. So, nope. Thank you, Marverick, Jerry Can, Blossom. Yep. Appreciate it. Appreciated the fleet. Always fun fleet with you guys. And drachenhort, thanks again. Glad to have you on board. Enjoy the rest of your day. And there was another one that I was going to thank. Oh, there it is. Millen. Millen, thanks for joining the stream. Appreciate having you on board. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.